And you learned about Chittanupassana, which is the meditation that focuses on your mind and which observes your own mind. And in the Q&A session also, you learned a lot about Dhamma. So today is the second day. Let's see what we can learn from today's session. So before beginning the program, yesterday also you observed 5 precepts. So today is a new day. So let's observe 5 precepts again. So please recite Namo Tassa 3 times and prepare to observe 5 precepts.
Namo tassa bhagavato
arahato samma sambuddhassa.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
Buddhang saranang gacchami.
Buddhang saranang
gacchami.
Dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dhammang saranang gacchami.
Sanghang saranang gacchami.
Sanghang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Saranaгаmanang sampunnang.
Ambante.
Panati pata veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Panatipata
veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Adinna dana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Adinna
Dana
dana
veramani
sikkhapadang
sikkhapadang
samadhiyami.
samadhiyami.
Kamesu miccācara veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Kamesu miccācara
veramani
sikkhapadang
sikkhapadang
samadhiyami.
Musavada veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Musavada veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Surameraya majjapama dattana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Surameraya
majjapama dattana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Sadhu.
Saranena saddhiṃ pañcaṣīlaṃ dhammaṃ sādhukam surakkhitam kattva appamādena sampādeta.
Ambante. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
So for those who are very new to this program, what we just did is taking refuge and observing 5 precepts. So taking refuge means considering Lord Buddha and his teaching Dhamma and his noble disciples Sangha as your refuge to get rid of suffering, for the liberation from the suffering. So that is taking refuge. And 5 precepts are determining to refrain from killing living beings and stealing others' properties and conducting sexual misconduct and lying to others and consuming intoxicants or drugs. So those are the 5 precepts you just observed. So in today's Dhamma talk, we are going to focus on a mental quality that can be immensely beneficial in your day-to-day life. A mental quality that can help you to be more happier in your life, that can help you to deal with stress, anxiety, and other mental discomfort. By developing this mental quality, which is obviously taught by Buddha, you will be able to deal with your mental discomfort. You will be able to deal with yourself, and you will be able to be more successful in your relationships. So this, the name of this mental quality is sympathetic joy. In other words, it is appreciative joy. When you hear about joy, maybe you have heard and you have learned about joy. In psychology also, we talk about joy. It is one of the 8 basic emotions. So joy can occur, joy can emerge within yourself because of many reasons. Joy can be good and it can also be bad. In Buddhism also, joy is considered as a basic emotion. It is a mental quality that occurs within our mind. And that mental quality can be good sometimes, and it can also be bad sometimes. That means joy can occur within yourself when you are doing something bad also. When you are making some jokes on someone, joy can occur there also. So joy can be bad sometimes. When you are doing something wholesome, when you are doing good deeds, when you are helping someone, there also this joy can occur. So in those occasions, joy is a good emotion or a positive emotion. So like this, joy can occur in different occasions and types. So what we are going to talk today, what we are going to focus today is not all these types of joy, but it is sympathetic joy. So what is sympathetic? Sympathetic joy is in Pali, it is called as mudita. Obviously, many of you have heard mudita. So mudita is usually translated to English as sympathetic joy. Sympathetic joy is being joyful about someone else's happiness, someone else's well-being, someone else's fortune, and someone else's welfare. When you see someone else smiling or laughing, or when you see someone else's success, when you see someone else's accomplishments, if you can be happy for them, this emotion is called as sympathetic joy or mudita. So it's very close to compassion, and it's also very close to loving kindness, but there are some differences. Loving kindness or metta, it's also a wholesome emotion. Loving kindness is wishing good for others, wishing success and good fortune, well-being for others is called as loving kindness or metta in Buddhism. And compassion is your wish to make someone get rid of suffering. Mudita or sympathetic joy is being joyful about someone else's joy or someone else's happiness. So this is also called as vicarious joy. Vicarious joy, that means a kind of secondary joy. Someone else is happy, someone else have achieved something or accomplished something, and you become joyful about that joy, that happiness. So this can also be called as vicarious joy. So you all have experienced this joy in your life when you are, say, when your best friend accomplished something in his or her life, or when your best friend is smiling or laughing, when he or she is really happy, you also experience the same happiness. So this is called as sympathetic joy. So you can cultivate this quality of mind. You can improve this quality of mind. And by cultivating, by improving this quality of mind, you can become happier, and you can improve wholesome qualities within yourself. So in simple words, sympathetic joy is being happy about other people's happiness. So maybe you have heard some people believe and some people consider that Buddhism is a pessimistic religion, because Buddhism focuses on suffering of the world. Buddhism always talks about the suffering. So it is pessimistic. If you learn Buddhism or if you follow Buddhism, you also become a pessimist. Maybe you have heard this idea. Yes, Buddhism focuses on suffering, but that is for a purpose. To get rid of suffering, which is really exists in the world, you have to focus on suffering. You have to understand suffering as it is. Without accepting that suffering exists in the world, you cannot get rid of suffering, because you have to focus on the problem to find an answer. So yes, Buddhism focuses on suffering. At the same time, Buddhism also focuses on the real happiness in the world. So this mudita meditation, or this quality, mental quality taught by Buddha is a good example for this. Buddhism taught us to see happiness as happiness. Buddhism's and that also for a purpose, to cultivate wholesome happiness within ourselves. To cultivate, by wholesome I mean good happiness within ourselves, and to get rid of mental discomfort like stress and other mental discomfort. Buddhism teaches us to focus on happiness of others and to rejoice their happiness. So Buddhism focuses on suffering for a purpose, and Buddhism focuses on happiness for a purpose. So Buddhism is not merely a pessimistic religion. It is rather a realistic philosophy or realistic view of the world. So maybe you're wondering, where in Buddhism has this mental quality called as mudita or sympathetic joy been discussed or been taught? There are 4 types of mental qualities which are called as Brahma Vihara. Brahma Vihara. We translate it to English as divine abodes, 4 divine abodes. In Pali, they are Metta, Karuna, Mudita, and Upekha. Metta, Karuna, Mudita, Upekha. Metta is loving kindness. Karuna is compassion. Mudita is the topic today, sympathetic joy or appreciative joy. And Upekha is equanimity. So here is where we can find this beneficial mental quality. But normally we do not focus on this mental quality a lot. And to cultivate metta or loving kindness, there is metta meditation, and that is very familiar to almost all of us. But we don't usually cultivate or develop mudita meditation. So that is a reason for us to not know this immensely beneficial mental quality. So another thing is to know about sympathetic joy or mudita is its opposite mental quality. The opposite mental quality of sympathetic joy is envy. Envy. In Pali, it is issa or irshya in Sinhala. So, being envy means like you are envious about someone, you are envious about someone's success, someone's accomplishments, or someone's happiness. You feel discomfort when you see someone very happy, or when you see someone accomplish something in their life, or when you see someone succeed in their life. So this discomfort, this unwholesome emotion, this negative emotion is called as envy. Jealousy is another negative emotion which is very similar to envy, but they are different. Jealousy is when you feel discomfort because you don't like to share something you have with others. Let's say you have a lover, and when someone else come and talk with him or her, you feel discomfort within yourself because you don't like to share your lover with others. So this emotion, this discomfort, this negative mental quality is called as jealousy. Envy, in other hand, is feeling discomfort for others' happiness, others' success, others' fortune. So these are 2 different emotions, but usually they are used interchangeably as synonyms. So usually we say that envy is the opposite of appreciative joy or mudita. So we all experience envy in our life. We become envious in our life frequently. Every time you become envious, if you can focus on that moment and think about that, you don't feel that is not a pleasant experience. You feel real discomfort yourself, within yourself. And when envy arises within yourself, it burns yourself, it burns your mind, and it burns your heart. So if you can alter this negative emotion with sympathetic joy, appreciative joy, you can really be happy whenever you see someone else is happy. So by developing by improving this positive emotion, this sympathetic joy, if you really develop this, you can always be happy, because in world there are always people who are happy, people who succeed in their life, people who accomplish things in their life, people who are smiling, who are laughing, who share their happiness with you. You have friends, you have family members, you have teachers or students or co-workers. You have always someone who is feeling happiness, feeling joy. So by improving this, by really improving this, you can be happy in every such occasion. So how to cultivate sympathetic joy, how to cultivate this positive emotion. Cultivating this positive emotion can be done in two ways. One way is cultivating in your day-to-day life. That means when you see someone who is happy, when you see someone smiling or laughing, you can think, you can focus on his or her happiness and wish like this: may his or may her happiness only increase. May his happiness only increase. Let's say you see someone on the road while you're walking, and someone smiles with you. You just have to say to yourself as a wish, as a true wish: may his happiness only increase. May he always be this happy, or may she always be this happy. So by doing this again and again, you will experience mudita, or appreciative joy, sympathetic joy within yourself. You don't have to force yourself to have sympathetic joy. You don't have to force yourself to have mudita, but you just have to wish his or her happiness to last for a long time, wholeheartedly. That is what you have to do. By doing this again and again, by practicing this, by making this a habit, you can easily improve mudita. So if you are working with your co-workers, whenever they smile, whenever they laugh, and whenever you think that they are happy, you can wish wholeheartedly: may their happiness only increase, may his or her happiness only increase. When you are in home, when you are at home, you can wish this to your spouse, or your parents, or your children, or your other relations. So this is how mudita, or sympathetic joy, can be cultivated easily. But this will take time, because this is not concentrating as in meditation. This is done in your day-to-day life. So this will take time. It will take time for you to experience real joy within yourself. But by practicing this, you will gradually develop appreciative or sympathetic joy within yourself. So this is one method. So when you do this practice, what you will experience is that, obviously, when you practice, when you wish this to your close ones, like close friends and family members and close relations, you will feel nothing bad. You will obviously feel good, and you will be able to do that wholeheartedly. But sometimes with some people, in some friends, for some co-workers, when you do this, you will feel discomfort within yourself, because what we have developed within ourselves is unwholesome emotions or negative emotions like envy. So when we wish wholeheartedly someone to be happy for a long time, when we wish his or her happiness to last long, sometimes envy or other negative emotions will appear within yourself. They will be there as obstacles for your practice. So the main reason for envy to appear within yourself is comparing yourself with others. Comparison is the main reason. So when you do this practice, you have to reduce comparing yourself with others, because comparison is always relative. When you compare yourself with someone better than you in something, you will feel bad, or you will feel lower than him or her. And when you compare someone who is lower than you, then you will feel good. So this is always relative to someone else. But by comparison, nothing changes within yourself. Your previous qualities or your previous accomplishments do not change by this comparison. This is just comparison itself is a negative emotion, and it leads to many other negative emotions. So when you practice this, you have to be careful about comparison. You should try to reduce comparison, and you should try to wish his or her happiness to last long, wholeheartedly. So we talked about the enemy of appreciative joy, or the sympathetic joy. So there are two enemies. One enemy is envy, obviously, and other enemy, there is another enemy which is called as the close enemy, or the nearer enemy to sympathetic joy. That is feeling happy, feeling joyful just towards sensual pleasure. Like as I said earlier, joy can emerge within yourself in different occasions. When you feel something very attractive, you will feel joy. So that is not sympathetic joy, that is not mudita. So this joy or this happiness is called as the nearer or enemy of sympathetic joy, because sometimes you will think this joy as sympathetic joy. So so that is the close or the near enemy of sympathetic joy. So you should have to be careful about this near enemy. You don't have to worry about the you don't have to worry about envy, because when you really practice mudita or appreciative joy, envy is less likely to emerge within yourself. But the discomfort, as I mentioned earlier, because of the comparison, can emerge within yourself. So you have to observe that discomfort. Maybe you can use the Chittanupassana meditation technique as taught by Venerable Sumedha Loka yesterday. When those negative emotions arise within yourself, when they observe those negative emotions, they will be gradually reduced. So so now we talked about the technique, easier technique to develop appreciative joy in our day-to-day life. So the next method, more effective method, is meditation, of course. So today in our meditation retreat also, we are going to focus on mudita meditation or developing sympathetic joy. In the guided meditation session, we are going to focus on mudita meditation today. So let's learn about mudita meditation, because there is only half an hour to for the guided meditation. We will not have time to learn about the meditation technique. So how to develop sympathetic joy, how to develop mudita within yourself by meditation. You have to choose someone, your maybe one of your closest friends, or your parents, or one of your family members, or someone very familiar to you. And you have to think about the occasions he or she was very happy, occasions he or she shared his or her happiness with yourself. You have to think about few occasions like this, and then you have to choose one occasion from them. Then you should try to close your eyes and focus on that occasion where he or she was very happy, smiling or laughing or sharing his or her happiness with you, and focusing on his or her happiness, his or her joy. You have to wish, as I mentioned earlier, may his or her happiness only increase. That means may it not decrease, may it only increase. May you can also use a statement like may he or she be this happy forever, or may he or she experience this happy for a long time. May he or she be this happy always. You can choose any sentence which you according to your preference, and you have to say this statement to yourself again and again. You have to repeat that statement again and again. You can use different statements also. You can use several statements, or you can use only one statement. So there are some other statements like I am happy about your happiness, or I am happy because you are happy. That is like a determination to yourself. Or you can say, I appreciate the joy in your life. So using one of these statements, one or several statements from these, you have to wish wholeheartedly again that happiness of his or her to last for a long time. So this is how mudita meditation, or the appreciative joy, is developed as a meditation. So let's try this for a few minutes. Let's try this now for a few minutes, just about 3 minutes. Choose someone and think about his or her successes in his or her life, or occasions him or her was really happy, and choose one of those occasions. Close your eyes, try to focus on that occasion, try to focus on that joy of his or her, and try to wish that happiness to last for a long time. So we will take 4 minutes for this exercise. 1 minute maybe to choose someone and to think about the occasions he or she was happy. Another 3 minutes to wish his or her happiness to last for a long time. So let's start mudita meditation for 4 minutes. Teruvan Saranai. So maybe this is the first day in your life you developed mudita meditation, sympathetic joy within yourself. You have obviously experienced sympathetic joy, but probably this is the first day you try to improve sympathetic joy within yourself. So don't worry, maybe it succeeded, maybe not, but you will gradually be able to improve sympathetic joy within yourself by practice. So let's focus on meditation in the guided meditation session. Now is the most important thing. That is, you can be joyful about others. Yes, that's true. And at the same time, you can be joyful about yourself. You can be happy about yourself. So that is an important point when you cultivate these mental qualities. In loving kindness also, we teach in Buddhism that before you cultivate loving kindness towards others, you have to cultivate loving kindness towards yourself. Before loving others, you should be able to love.
Excuse me, Mante. Sorry to disturb. So the guided meditation starts at. I mean, we have a break in between. So are you going to start it right now, or we take the break?
No. We will now. We are going to stop the Dhamma talk within 5 minutes.
Okay.
5 to 8 minutes. We are going to stop.
Yeah. That's fine.
So you can cultivate this positive emotion towards yourself also. So usually I was explaining about the loving kindness. You should love yourself before you love others. You should be compassionate about yourself as you be compassionate about others. So likewise in mudita also, in sympathetic joy also, we can be joyful, or we can be happy about ourselves as same as we can be happy about others. So this will help you a lot. So let's learn about this also. First, before practicing mudita towards yourself, I will give you about 2 to 3 minutes to focus on yourself and to focus on things you are really grateful for in your life. Maybe 5 points or 10 points, you can focus as much as you can within 2 to 3 minutes. Things you are really grateful for in your life, maybe about your parents or family or anything. Think about things that are really grateful and that you can be happy by thinking about. Yeah, now please start and we will stop in 2 minutes. Teruvan Saranai. So in this small exercise, maybe you could find many things to be grateful in your life. So there are obviously many aspects in all of us to be grateful about and to be happy about, but often we focus on our struggles, we focus on our negative sides, and we forget our positive sides and things to be grateful about. So you see, now we have many things to be grateful about. Maybe you did not think about your how lucky you are to have your parents or to have your family members, to have a house when thousands of people in the world have no house to live in, to have food every day when thousands of people have nothing to eat, and many other things are there to be grateful about. Now what you have to do is you should wish yourself as same as you wished for others. May my happiness only increase. May my happiness last for a long time. May I be always this happy, like this. So this is how we are going to practice sympathetic joy towards ourselves in the guided meditation session. And I will mention another thing here. In the beginning, at the beginning, I told you that this is a mental quality that will help you to be happy, that will help you to deal with stress, anxiety, and other mental discomfort. So how can that happen? I will tell you about something I found in the literature. There is a research-backed technique to develop your happiness that can help you to be always happy in a whole day, as that study says. So that is like taking 20 minutes a day, and take 20 minutes a day and focus on something on that day or in any occasion in your life that you were very happy, that you really were happy, and write as much information as you can about that occasion in a paper for 20 minutes. So you have to think in detail how you were happy, why you were happy, how you laughed, how you smiled, how you shared your experience, and so on. So by practicing this technique for 20 minutes every day, they have found that people tend to be more happier in their lives. Those who have practiced this habit have become more happier than others. So because you focus on happiness for 20 minutes continuously, and that influences your whole day. So that is what what happens here also when you look at this in a psychological viewpoint, because you focus on happiness in this meditation maybe 5 minutes a day or 10 minutes a day, and that can influence your mindset, that can influence your day. So this is how this can help you to be more happier, and this can help you to be help you to have less stress and less anxiety. So that is about sympathetic joy. I hope you learned something, at least something about sympathetic joy. And this is an unfamiliar topic for all of us. So let's practice this in the guided meditation session. So let's have a break for 10 minutes and meet again. May you be all healthy and happy.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you so much, Swaminas. It was a fantastic time that we had with you. It's really good. And so now we are going for a 10 minutes break, and we'll be back at 8:05 in California time in the morning, and in Sri Lanka time 8:35. We'll be back in 8:35. Back at 8:35. Thank you so much.
Hello, welcome back from the break. And today we learned a new meditation technique about the importance of mudita in developing our happiness and in the Buddhism. And now I invite Venerable Vijitananda Thero to teach us how to practice it with guided meditation.
Everyone Saranai again. So we are ready for the guided meditation session. And please sit in a comfortable posture. You can sit in a chair or on floor, or you can even stand while meditating. Be in a comfortable posture. And what we are going to do first is to cultivate mudita, cultivate sympathetic or appreciative joy towards so before cultivating mudita towards ourselves, you have to keep in mind that when you focus on yourself, you will probably remember your struggles, the negative sides of yourself. That's okay, maybe because we all have struggles in our lives. So it's okay to have struggles, just accept it. And at the same time, as I mentioned earlier, we have happiness in our lives. We are happy about things in our life. We have joyful moments in our lives. We have many things to be grateful in our lives. So why only focus on the negative side of our life? Just focus on the positive side then, and be happy about that. Be happy about those aspects in your life. So that is what mudita is about. That is what mudita is about. To deal with the negative sides, we have another mental quality, which is compassion. You can be compassionate about yourself. So when you cultivate mudita, you forget your struggles, you forget your negative aspects, and you focus on your positive sides. You focus on your happiness, you focus on your success, you focus on your achievements, and you focus on your fortune. So what you have to do is to close your eyes and look at yourself. You have to see yourself in your mind. You can see yourself as a person who is outside of yourself, like being in the sky and looking at yourself, or you can just be inside yourself and look at yourself. So however, you have to imagine, you have to see within your mind occasion where you were very happy. It can be in the past, it can be on today, the same day. Even it can be in the future. In the future, an occasion, if there is an occasion where you will be very happy, that is also okay to think about or see within your mind. However, look at yourself and look at the moment where you are very happy and joyful. Looking at that moment, even you can think about the present you, because in this present moment, as we observed, we have many things to be grateful about, right? So just focus on the present moment, present yourself. You have many things to be happy about, and just have a smile on your face. Even if you do not have a smile, you will have a smile while doing this meditation, because you are going to focus on happiness. You are going to focus on smiles and laughs. And then what you have to do is, as we learned in the Dhamma talk, you have to wish using those statements. What are those statements? May my happiness only increase. So I recommend this statement to use, because this is easy and easy to remember. If there are many statements that is not easy to remember and repeat, after you practice this meditation for some time, then it will be okay for you. But for the first day, just use the first statement: may my happiness only increase. May my happiness only increase. So you have to look at yourself, look at how great, how happy you are, how joyful you are, and you have to wish for yourself, may my happiness only increase. So for those who do not prefer this statement, they can say statements like, they can use statements like, may I always be this happy. May I always be this happy. May I always be happy like this. May I always be happy like this. May I always be successful like this. May I always be fortunate like this. Any statement as your preference. So you can say this statement again and again. You have to repeat this again and again. So while you are repeating these statements, you will remember other things, and other memories will come to your mind. It's okay. Just notice that you are thinking about other things. It's enough, and come back to your meditation. So at the beginning, you can use several statements also. If you feel like you can, if you feel like you experience mudita when you use several types of statements to wish happiness for yourself, then it's okay, completely okay. But when you develop your concentration in mudita, then you have to choose one statement that you like most, because meditation is concentrating about, on something, right? So using many statements can distract you. So when you improve your practice, you have to choose one statement that you like most and use that again and again, maybe 20 times, maybe 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 50 times. You can repeat it again and again. So when repeating, do not just say the sentence, do not just focus on the statement. You have to focus on that emotion, right? You have to focus on that emotion, because in Sri Lanka, usually when we meditate, we just, like in loving kindness meditation, we just recite some statements like niduk vetva, nirogi vetva, may you be happy, may you be healthy. But if we do not focus on real happiness, real healthiness, and if we do not wholeheartedly wish someone else's happiness, that is not a meditation. That is just like reciting a mantra. So in mudita meditation also, you do not have to just recite the recite the statement continuously. You should try to focus your mind on your happiness, your joy, and you should wholeheartedly wish that happiness to last for a long time. So that is how we cultivate mudita towards ourselves. So let's start, and we will do it for about 4 minutes and come back. Thiruvan Saranai. So while meditating, maybe you were distracted by the bodily sensations because you are focusing on yourself, not like in Anapanasati or in other meditation. In this practice, you were focusing on yourself. So don't worry about those bodily sensations. So it's okay to feel them and meditate at the same time. So don't worry about them, just observe them for a few seconds or few minutes and you can continue your meditation. So now we are going to focus on someone else. So when you at the beginning, a very good object to cultivate mudita at is a pet. If you have a pet, if you have a puppy or a cat, then take it as the object. That movement, it sees you after many hours and filled with joy and happiness by seeing you. So you can look at that moment in your mind and wish happiness for it, for your dog and or for your cat or for any other pet you have. So that is a very good object. Just wish as same as you wished for yourself. May its happiness only increase. May it always be this happy. I appreciate the happiness. I appreciate the joy in your life. Like that, just repeat those statements again and again and wish his happiness. So your mind will also be filled with happiness while you are thinking about your pet. Those you do not have pets, or for those who are not pet lovers, you can take someone who is very familiar to you, very close to you, maybe your closest friend, a true friend, for who you always wish happiness for, and then as same as I told, wish him or her happiness. May he always be this happy. May his or her happiness only increase. Now just let's do it for about 4 minutes. Teruvan Saranai. So now let's focus on someone in your family, maybe your spouse, or if you have a girlfriend or boyfriend, you can take him or her. So something I should mention here is that in Buddhism, true love is having loving kindness, compassion, and mudita or sympathetic joy towards someone. So there can be other desires and other desires and preferences, but the true wholesome love is these mental qualities, these wholesome mental qualities. So if you can develop, if you can cultivate these good qualities towards your lover, your girlfriend or boyfriend or your spouse or your family members, then you can say you are truly loving them. So according to Buddhism, you are truly loving them when you feel loving kindness or metta towards someone, when you feel compassion or karuna towards someone, when you feel mudita or sympathetic joy towards someone. So let's truly love your lover or your spouse or your one of your family members. Let's take about 4 minutes for that. Just wholeheartedly wish, as we did earlier, may his or her happiness only increase. May he or she always be this happy. I appreciate I appreciate the joy in his or her life, and I want him or her to always be this happy. So because of the time limit, we are moving to the next step. But actually, you can enjoy this, enjoy cultivating mudita towards yourself or towards someone you love for hours or days. There is no obstacle for that. But because of the time limit, we are going to the next step. So the next step is cultivating mudita towards someone who is not very familiar to you, because the sequence of cultivating these mental qualities is first towards yourself, and then towards someone who is familiar to you, and then who is someone who is not very familiar to you, and then a difficult person. We will not have time to cultivate mudita towards a difficult person, but just focus on someone who is not very familiar to you. Maybe you have talked with him or her for maybe once in your life, you have seen him or her, and yeah, someone like this. Just focus on someone like this and focus on an occasion he or she was smiling or laughing or was filled with happiness, and then wish his or her happiness, as I mentioned earlier using those statements. May his or her happiness only increase. May he or she always be happy. I happy that he or she is happy, and I appreciate the joy in his or her life. Let's do it for another 3 minutes. Teruvan Saranai. So as I mentioned, the next step is to cultivate mudita towards a difficult person. So you can, after the session, you can maybe in a free time, think about someone you hate or someone who is difficult to deal with, and cultivate mudita for a few minutes towards himself or herself. Maybe it will be difficult for you. Maybe some of you will find a good solution for your mental discomfort towards himself or herself. So this is mudita, and this is mudita meditation. You learned about mudita, the mental quality, which is called as mudita, and we translated it as sympathetic joy or appreciative joy or vicarious joy. And we learned how it can be beneficial for ourselves, and how we can alter our negative emotions like envy and such emotions with this wholesome mental quality, and we learn how to practically cultivate mudita in our life. So I hope you will practice mudita whenever you find free, and when you find time to meditate. So usually you, like when you have time to meditate, you practice metta, loving kindness, or buddhanusati or anapanasati, because that is what we usually do, and that is what we know. But now you know about mudita meditation, you know how beneficial it is for your life. So please take time to develop and cultivate mudita towards yourself and others, especially towards yourself, because cultivating mudita towards yourself can immensely help you to deal with yourself, uh, like deal with your negative self-image and deal with mental discomfort towards yourself. So that is mudita meditation. I hope you learned something, and I hope this was helpful for you. So please practice mudita, and you will find it. You will find how it will be immensely beneficial for yourself. So may you all be healthy and happy.
Thank you, Venerable Vijayananda Thera. And today we learned a new meditation technique today based on mudita, the very important quality. And I'm sure that since it's a new technique and you try to practice, you may have questions. So please write them in the chat. We are going to have a Q&A session, and we are going to ask, he will be back, and we can ask all those questions. And we are going to take a break, and California time, you will be should be back by 8:55 a.m. In Sri Lanka time. You should be back by 9:25 p.m. And that is for the Dhamma talk by Venerable Valavi Sumedaloka Thera.
Hi friends, welcome back again. Now it's the time for the second Dhamma talk by Venerable Valve Sumedha Lokatero. So he's not new to us. We had a fantastic session yesterday with our teacher Venerable Valve Sumedha Lokatero. So I don't take time and I'm just inviting respectfully Bhante Sumedha Lokatero to deliver the Dhamma sermon. Sorry. Savinasa, you are not unmute.
Okay. So I think I couldn't unmute myself before because I couldn't have the authority. Okay, now I can. I could not open my video because my internet connection is really slow and we have bad weather conditions here. So let's start the session reciting Namo Tassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Na Chintayanto Puriso Visesamati Gacchati. Chintitas palang pasansa mutuntos mimar bangdanati. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
This is the occasion for me to speak. So my discourse will be today structured around one of the beautiful discourses delivered by the Buddha himself, explaining the 32 marks on his body, which is wonderful discourse. You can find this discourse in the Digha Nikaya, in the long discourses of the Buddha. There are 3 parts in the Digha Nikaya, 3 books, 3 volumes. You can find this discourse in the 3rd part, 3rd book, which is called Lakkana Sutta in Pali, which can be translated as marks of the Buddha. As we know, you might have heard that Buddha had 32 great marks on his body. And he was a serene person. And even the Buddha statue, which is kind of a replica, or which is a kind of an object that we can think about him. Even if we were to look at the Buddha statue, what we can understand is he was a marvelous person in terms of his marks in his body. Because these Buddha statues are marked by some of the great marks that he possessed. That's why we feel this serenity and divinity and all when we look at a Buddha statue. So this discourse is structured around not the 32 marks, because since this is a long discourse, I don't have time to explain all the marks. My aim is to cover at least 4 or 5 marks. And the main takeaway from this talk is to how he possessed and what caused him to have these great marks on his body. What are the conditions and causes which lead him to have this kind of marks in his body? So this is the main takeaway from this discourse. But first of all, I would like to start from another place, which is called Anguttara Nikaya, Buddha's numerical discourses. I want to start with a very wonderful teaching a short discourse given by the Buddha. It is called Inverted Wisdom. The name of the sutta is Inverted Wisdom. He talks about the wisdom of a person in terms of how he listened to a discourse and how he grasped something from that discourse. He says that there are three types of persons in the world in terms of their wisdom. First one is called Avakujja Puggala, which is a Pali term, which means he has an inverted wisdom. When a Dhamma discourse is given, he never tried to listen to that Dhamma discourse. There are characteristics of Dhamma. Dhamma is beautiful in the beginning and beautiful in the middle and beautiful at the end, but he never listens to that Dhamma discourse. Nothing goes to his head. Even after rising from his seat, he never attends to that Dhamma discourse because he can't recollect that Dhamma discourse. This kind of person is called inverted wisdom person. He says, nothing goes to his head. The simile is given, wonderful simile is given, just as a pot turned upside down, and the water had been poured into that pot, but nothing remains. Everything runs off. This person listens to a Dhamma discourse, but nothing goes to his head. This person is like, because he doesn't have the wisdom to grasp anything from this discourse, he has an inverted wisdom. So I don't want you to fall into that category. This discourse is all about our life. And this is wonderful discourse. There's a main takeaway from this story. And I want you to not to fall into this category. And then he goes on to explain the second person. This person is called, he has a lap-like wisdom. Lap-like wisdom, because this person has various foodstuffs strewn over his lap, but without mindfulness, he tries to get up. So what happens is that these all foodstuffs scatter them all around. In the same way, this second person listens to the Dhamma, but he attends to Dhamma in the beginning part, and he attends to Dhamma even in the middle part, even at the end. But when he gets up, he forgets everything. There's nothing in his mind about the Dhamma discourse, but while the Dhamma discourse is going on, he listens. At least for some period of time, he listens. He's better than the first person. But he cannot implement the Dhamma that he listened because he never recalls the Dhamma. I don't want you to fall in this category as well. And the third person is called Putupanya Puggala. He has wide wisdom. That's the word that Buddha used. He has a wise wisdom. He listens to the Dhamma very carefully. There's a traditional way that we listen to Dhamma. When you're listening to Dhamma, you have to give the full attention to the speaker. You have to have the sanya, perception that this is the Dhamma coming from the Buddha, not from this speaker. These words are uttered by the Buddha himself. So these are the messages directly coming from the Buddha through another medium. So you have to have that faith when you're listening to Dhamma, thinking that this is the own words of the Buddha. I have to have faith in this Dhamma. Whatever comes from him, coming from the Buddha. So I have to have this faith when I'm listening to this Dhamma discourse. So he tries to give his full attention to each and every word uttered by the speaker, thinking that these are the words of the Buddha himself. And he attends, and even after raising the speaker or the Buddha. This person is called Putupanya Puggala. And also this person, the simile is given for this person is that a pot not turned upside down in a proper way, and the water had been poured into this pot, and everything is inside that pot. Whatever given by the speaker, he grasps it really carefully, and he tries to implement the Dhamma in his own way. He's trying, but he listened to. He's trying to implement the Dhamma what he has listened to. So this person is called. He has a wide wisdom. So I want you to be in this category. If I'm trying to give some kind of message from this discourse, but I want you to grasp that message and try to implement in your life. So we got to know about this program. I have to say that there are remarkable iconic figures. I can see Henry Steele Olcott and some other venerables, famous figures. I want you to think about these people. What made them special? What made them remarkable? Because their good deeds made them remarkable. That's why we are commemorating them. We look them as our role models because they did goodness. They worked for the benefit of the other people in the world. So they are gone now, but we still take them as our role models. Why? They're so valuable people. They did goodness. They took care of the other people around them. They developed kind of a sense of, when we see them, we feel that we belong to them. They are people from our country, and also they did good things to the other people. We are benefiting from them. So the main takeaway from this story or the discourse is that if we try to follow them, if we are to do the same thing as them, there are a lot of things that we can do for the world, for the benefit of the world. So I want you to think like a bodhisattva. There's a synonym for bodhisattva, the Buddha to be. He called himself as King Kusala Gavesi, one of the wonderful synonyms that we can find for the Buddha to be. The meaning, we can't explain these synonyms in a proper way, but I'll try to explain it as much as possible I can. It's called, he was a truth seeker. There was no Buddha at that time. There was no one to give a proper direction for him, but we have Dhamma today. We have teachers. We have a lot of meditation techniques, but at that time, he didn't have anyone to lead him, guide him through. But what he did was that he tried to find his own way. Whatever goodness in the world, I must follow this goodness. I should try to find the goodness in the world. Whatever their goodness, regardless of any religion, there are goodness in the world, there are wholesome things. I must try to find the wholesome things. What are called wholesome, what are called good things. I must try to find this. He was a seeker by himself. He was always going after goodness. Whatever must cost, he should always try to follow, to be the good version of him. He approached lots of ascetics and asked, what is the good? What is called good? And what is called bad? What is blameworthy? What causes should be we should follow to become good? So when we think about this special occasion, now what we are doing is following the footsteps of these elders who set an exemplary life of their own. So what we have to do is just to follow them and try to understand when we do goodness, when we do good things, there are lots of benefits we can get, even in this life, even lives to come. So normally we have so many misconceptions related to doing goodness. When we do sacrifices, when we are doing goodness, you have to do some kind of sacrifices as well. So normally people don't understand this. My Myanmar teacher, one of the renowned Burmese teachers, he used to give a very good comparison between good and bad and their benefits. This was his simile. He used to say that when you have craving inside your mind, for instance, you have a pet, you really like your pet, but you have a craving for that pet. It might be a dog or any other animal, but you have a craving for this animal. So when you have this craving inside your mind, who gets the benefits? He asked this question again and again. You want that pet to be really nice, so you feed them all the time. When that pet is really sick, you're sad. Why? You have a craving towards this pet. But who gets the benefits? Because of your craving appears inside your mind, benefits go to the other party, to the pet. You want to feed him, so the pet gets the food. I think you get the point. Whereas when you have metta or mudita, appreciative joy, you just develop that thing. You're thinking about someone else. You're not thinking about yourself. You're thinking the outside world, other people. But you're thinking, you're radiating metta upon others, but you get the benefits. This is the comparison my teacher used to give. When you have craving inside your mind, benefits go to the other party. But when you have wholesome things inside your mind, benefit always comes to you. Benefits always come to you. But you're radiating the goodness to others, but benefits come to you. How do you get the benefits? If you try to radiate metta to others, the jhana, absorption consciousness arises within you. You feel the blissful happiness inside you. So this way, the goodness and the unwholesome mind should be compared with this kind of example. You understand, this is what he practiced, the Buddha to be, practice this goodness, to become the greatest man who ever lived on the earth. He just practiced this to become the Buddha. So what is the takeaway? And he showed us that anyone who wants to become a Buddha, there's a way to become a Buddha. That the way to become a Buddha is to practice goodness, sacrifice for others, do goodness every time. There's a Buddha inside you. You can wake that little Buddha inside you by doing goodness. That's what all these iconic figures, remarkable people have done. So this is the path to become a Buddha. Even if you don't want to become a Buddha, you can be the best version of you. You can be a very exemplary person to your family and to the people around you. That's what you have to do. So regarding these characteristics, I just want to say that we have as Venerable Vijitananda pointed out, we have a little life, limited life. If we were to do a little math calculation, normally in the USA, average life expectancy is 78 years. If we were to count this in days, we have 28,470 days. in your life. If you were to live for 78 years, you have 28,470 days to live. If we were to count in weeks, we have only 4,067 weeks to live. In months, we have 935 months to live. If you are in your 40s, you have only 7,300 days to live. In weeks, 1,042 days, 4 weeks to live. And in months, 7,719 months to live. So you can think, you can do the calculation, math, how many months, how many weeks, and how many days that you have to live in your life. So we have limited amount of time to live to do the goodness. Now I want you to focus about these characteristics or the great marks that Buddha possessed. There are 32 marks in his body. And I want you to focus not only these 32 marks. There was this story in the Buddha's time about these 32 characteristics or the 32 marks of his body. When Venerable Ananda was going on alms round, he got to hear that people were talking about Buddha's 32 marks. But people told that they were having a discussion and they got to, they told that Buddha never explained this kind of thing, how he got these 32 marks. What were the conditions lead him to have these 32 marks in his body? And Venerable Ananda got to know that, and he came to the Buddha and asked the question. People were having a discussion about this. What were the causes? Venerable Sir, please explain us, how did you get these 32 marks? And he started saying that these 32 marks came to be not by chance. There are actually karmic retributions. When you do good things in your life, even the physical characteristics that you have are representation of your karmic actions. So people who wants to look nice, even they want to be beautiful, they have to do good. That's the way to become a good character, a good person. Even to look beautiful, you have to do the goodness. But my takeaway from this discourse is that even if you do good things, if you perform good acts in the world, if you sacrifice for others, if you do good things, this karma, the wholesome things that you do, will yield in a very nice and a very wonderful way. So I want you to point out the very first characteristic or the mark that he had. It is said that his skin is so delicate and smooth that no dust can adhere to his body. He has that kind of skin as Buddha. So he mentioned that how he got that kind of skin, what made him to have that kind of skin. It is mentioned that he approached ascetics and asked, what is the good? What is the bad? What is blameworthy? What is not? And what course is to be followed and what is not? If I do this thing, will it be to my lasting sorrow or harm? Will it be to my lasting happiness? He approached again and again. Throughout his lifetime, he went to lots of ascetics and asked this question. And he wants to perform the good thing in his life. Because he did this over and over again, when he became the Buddha, if he were to stay in his lay life, there are two courses open for him. If he were to stay in his lay life, he will be the universal monarch, what we call Chakravarti Raja in Pali. But if he leave behind his lay life, he will be the Buddha, and he gets this delicate skin and smooth skin that no dust can adhere to his body. These are the karmic representation of the good thing that he performed. The second one is he had a bright complexion, which is called the color, which is similar to the color of gold. When we see a Buddha statue, we can see the statues are normally in gold color. This is kind of a representation of Buddha's own teaching. The people who made the Buddha statue had that kind of understanding that his skin is similar to the gold color. And it is explained by Buddha how he got this complexion. It is mentioned that throughout his lifetimes, he lived without anger and perfectly unruffled. Even after many words had been uttered, about bad words uttered, he was not abusive all the time. He was not agitated. He was not wrathful. He was not aggressive. He displayed no anger, no hatred, no resentment. Always he was loving kindness to the people. He had this compassion all the time. Because of this act, because of these good deeds or thoughts that he had, compassion, loving kindness, when he became the greatest man to ever live on the earth, he had this bright complexion. So we understand that to become a Buddha, it's not an easy. In our day-to-day lives, there are so many occasions we get angry, we get agitated, we have aggressive actions. But what he did was that he tried to overcome these defilements in his life. He lives with compassion in his mind. So because of this nature, because of this goodness that he performed over and over again, he got this complexion, which is similar to the color of gold. So we can understand whatever he performed, he was always mindful. He always think about the other person, the welfare of other person. So there are two marks on his body. It is mentioned that his body is proportioned like a banyan tree, tree like the girth. He had a tree-like girth and tree-like height. He could touch and rub his knees with both hands without bending. These are two marks that he got by doing goodness. What were the causes? He always considered the welfare of people. He knew the nature of people when he was living. He knew the nature of himself. He knew how each one differed, and he treated equally to each and everyone. What you're doing right now, organizing this kind of thing, is considering the welfare of other people. See, he over and over again organized these things. This mentioned that he always organized these kind of things to motivate people to do goodness. And because of this nature of him, he had a banyan-like body, banyan tree-like body, meaning that his body is really nice to look. And he could touch his knees and he could rub his knees without bending. These 2 marks in his body is a kind of a representation of his these past acts of thinking or considering about other people and asking them to do goodness and properly treat other people in this way. So it's said like he was kind of a balance. He's not in seeking people's benefit all the time, seeing things and things about other people, and always try to help others. He has that kind of mindset all the time. Because of this nature, as a Buddha, he got 7 treasures. This is very wonderful thing. He had the treasure called faith. If you have a faith inside you, you have a treasure inside you. And he had the treasure which is called morality. And he had the treasure called moral shame, which always stops him doing bad. And he had moral dread, which always stops him doing unwholesome acts. And he has wisdom as the treasure, and he has renunciation. Whenever he has the opportunity to make him has sensual pleasures, he knows what to do. He knew that this is not the correct way. I have to leave behind these things. I have to find the correct way of living. So he had the wisdom. Again, because of these good acts, he got 7 treasures in his life: faith, morality, moral shame, moral dread, learning, renunciation, and wisdom. These are the karmic representations in his body. But we are talking only about his body. We are not talking about his mind. He became enlightened. He became enlightened by doing this, performing these activities. It is mentioned that he never stopped doing goodness. Whatever comes in his way, he never stopped doing goodness. Even a Deva, even a Mara, even a Brahma, no one could stop him. He was always committed to do goodness in his life. He always wants to become the best person by doing goodness. He has always a fight with his defilements arising inside his mind. If I were to have a bad mind, unwholesome mind, I can't achieve my goal. If I want to achieve my goal, what is the way of achieving my goal? Is to have compassion, is to have a wholesome mind inside. And I have to strive to become a Buddha. To become a Buddha, you have to sacrifice all the time. It's not easy. You have to do goodness. You have to have that perfection. You have to not to stop. You have to continue your practice over and over again. So by doing this, he becomes a Buddha. And it is mentioned that there's other marks. If I have time, I think I can explain them. His front part of the body is like a lion's, and there's no hollow between his shoulders. His bust is evenly rounded. There are 3 marks mentioned. Why he got these 3 marks? His front part of the body is like a lion's. There's no hollow between his shoulders, and his bust is evenly rounded. Why he got this kind of marks in his body? He desired the welfare of many. He thought about the advantage, the comfort of everyone, freedom from bondage of everyone. Always thought about how they might increase in faith, how they might increase in morality, how they might increase in learning, how they might increase in renunciation, how they might increase in Dhamma, how they might increase in wisdom, how they might increase in wealth, so on and so forth, always thinks about other person. May he become wealth in Dhamma, in money. May he become prosperous in his life. He always tried to help others. Because of this mindset, when he became a Buddha, he had 3 physical characteristics or remarks or marks on his body. That is, the front part of his body is like lions, and there is no hollow between his shoulders like in our body we have holes, but in his body there were no holes between his shoulders, and his bust is evenly rounded. These marks are representation of those karmic acts. And there's another one I think I can take. I think I got only 10 minutes. He has perfect sense of taste. Whatever he touches with the tip of his tongue, he tastes in his throat, and the taste is dispersed everywhere in his body. Why he had this kind of mark? It is mentioned that he avoided himself of harming beings by hand, by stones, by sticks or sword. He always was the person who took care of others. He didn't kill anyone. He thought the welfareness of others. He practiced harmlessness. He asked others to practice harmlessness. Because of these good deeds, he became harmless person even as the Buddha. He became the greatest man to ever live on the earth. So we can understand what is the takeaway from this teaching. It's a long discourse. I only took few marks here today because this is a long discourse. You can if you want to know about this discourse, you can go to Digha Nikaya, and you can find this sutta, and all the 32 marks on his body is completely mentioned in that sutta. I only took 7 or 8 marks. What we can take from this discourse is that we have to do the goodness. That's the only way to get out of this suffering. Buddha had these marks on his body because he performed the goodness. He always tried to practice this goodness. So the stanza that I want to tell you about, this stanza that I used in the beginning of my discourse. It's a little story. I want to conclude my Dhamma discourse giving a reflection on that. It is in the Jataka stories, whether you believe or not. There's the Jataka story, rebirth story. It is called Vattaka Jataka. He was a bird in one lifetime, and in his lifetime, he was caught by a bird hunter together with his friends in a bird flock, and this hunter would feed these birds and try to kill one by one each day. And he was lucky. He saw almost all of his friends got killed by this bird hunter. And he tried to think about, why didn't he pick me to kill me today? And the thought occurred to him, whoever eats a lot gets fat and get killed by this bird hunter. He was seeking the meat out of our bodies. So I should not eat. If I were to live long, I should not eat. He took a little and became skinny, and eventually the bird hunter left this bird, sick bird, very thin bird, and he could survive and he could run away from that bird hunter. He gave this story even after becoming a Buddha, said, Na chintayanto puriso visesamadi gacchati. If I were to translate this, no one ever think in a different way in his life, in her life. If someone is not thinking in a different way, I mean a way that you think a wisdom arises inside you. If you don't think in this way, you never become an enlightened person. Your life doesn't change. So if you want to change your life, you have to think in a different way. Na chintayanto puriso visesamadi gacchati. There's no special attainment in your life. There's no any change in your life if you don't think in a special way. In a special way where wisdom arises in your mind. All these remarkable characters that we can see in your event, Anagarika Dhammapala, and also Henry Steele Olcott, and all the other venerables, they thought in a very special way. That's why they became these remarkable characters. So if you want to get out from this world, this suffering, there's only way. You have to think how the Buddha thought about this life, how the Buddha thought about this realm, the rebirth cycle, and how he got out of this cycle of rebirth. So you have to think and in a special way to get out of the suffering. In today's discourse, we talked about these 32 marks on his body. It's a kind of a karmic retribution of his past acts. He performed these good acts only to become a Buddha, but his hard work paid off, and even he had these beautiful marks on his body. So what is the takeaway from this discourse is that whatever comes in your way, if you want to find the best version of yourself, if you want to be a good person, even if you die, after your death, people would talk about you if you do good things in your life. Yet after 2,500 years, we are talking about the Buddha and his past activities, even his past activities we are thinking, and those activities that he performed are kind of a motivation for us to do goodness in the world. So in my today's discourse, I would like to wrap things up and say, please don't give up. You can find the best version. There's a little Buddha inside you. You can wake that Buddha, little Buddha, and try to become the best version. Try to find the best version of you.
Thank you so much, Bhante. It was a fantastic Dhamma sermon, and we learned a lot. And we are going for a short break now. And we'll be meeting you again in the next session.
Yeah.
In the next Q&A session.
Yes.
Yep. So we'll be taking a short break. Actually, we are a little bit early, so we'll.
I'm sorry because this is. I mean, I was really exhausted because I had a lot of things. I just finished a Pali class, okay. and I was really a little bit tired today, so I couldn't go for. I mean, I feel like I don't have any energy.
It's okay, Bhante. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, perfectly all right. So we'll be meeting 5 minutes earlier. So we were scheduled to meet at 9:55. So we'll meet at 9:50, so that we can take that extra 5 minutes for the Q&A. So thank you so much, and we'll be taking a break now. Thank you.
welcome back, friends. And we are going to have a question and answer session. And this time, all the three monks, our teachers are going to be there. So we can ask questions actually from all the sessions from yesterday, as well as any questions you had, or questions from today. And we have received some questions from the chat, and we are going to ask those questions. And you can also raise your hand. And so at the end, after asking these questions, we can invite you to ask your questions personally, depending on the time available. So I know, welcome Venerable Watakota Magavihari Tero, Venerable Wallaby Sumedaloka Tero, and Venerable Vijitananda Abhivansa Tero for the Q&A session. Are the teachers in?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So let me ask the first question. The question is, dear Venerable Bhante, if we keep on thinking about our pleasurable moments, won't it develop raga in mind? Thank you, Thiruvan Saranai.
I think that question is relating to the mudita meditation. I think maybe
it's better you point out that, then you can direct to the special teacher.
Okay.
And then you can get the question. Yeah.
I think Venerable Vijitananda Abhivansa Thero can attend to that question.
Okay.
I think he just logged in. Venerable Vijitananda.
So maybe we can ask a question from a different one. Then I will ask another question. Actually, this is a question I had myself when I was trying to. This is for the Wallaby Sumedaloka Hamdru.
Yes.
When I was trying to do the Chittanupassana Bhavana yesterday, this was a problem I had. So I can observe my breath without any problem, and I can also observe my body sensations. But when I try to like, I also can observe, like, when I am doing meditation of observing body sensation or the breath, when the mind goes away, I can see that. I also can see in the day-to-day life, like, when Yoniso Manasakara, where my mind, what caused me to do something. But when I tried to do the meditation and try only to watch my mind, I couldn't watch anything. So I would like some guidance on how to do that.
Yes, it's a very good question. Chittanupassana, it's never an easy thing to do. There's a special meditation center in Myanmar, and also a very renowned teacher. I don't know my picture will work because I'm having really very, very, very bad poor connection. And in that center, normally the advices are given, meditation instructions are given only to watch your consciousness. Normally, it's really difficult to watch your consciousness because it cannot be seen. But you have to understand it's not a thing that you can watch over. So we can see many things with our eyes, but watching your mind using the same tool, it's really difficult. You have to understand that. So whatever happens when you are what you have to understand is that whatever happens to you, when you see something or when you feel the sensations on your body or any other kind of activity, there's always the consciousness present. But you have to understand, these things are experienced by the consciousness all the time, you know? So whatever happens, even as I explained yesterday, when the greed or the craving happens inside your mind, greed or craving is a mental factor, but mental factors arise with the consciousness. So without the consciousness, you can't know anything. Consciousness is the tool that we use to observe everything in our life. So in order to watch the consciousness, using the tool as the consciousness is a really difficult thing. So that's why it's a really subtle thing. And the meditation teachers, especially the place where in that meditation center, always the attention is given. Whatever happens, you just watch your thoughts. As I mentioned earlier, it is easier said than done, right? Mm-hmm. So whatever happens, normally in that meditation center, I ask, like, teacher is giving the same meditation instruction each and every time, but whenever the meditator approaches the teacher, he's always given the same instruction. But it is mentioned that after some time, the yogi develops this mindfulness to watch the consciousness. He got to understand, oh, this is what my meditation teacher explained me. So it takes time. It takes some getting used to. So first of all, there are lot of difficulties, people doing Chittanupassana, but you have to, you understand it as time goes. Within a short period of time, you won't get the results. So these are some kind of misconceptions related to Chittanupassana. So since you are doing the Chittanupassana, you should not believe that the success will come to you as soon as possible. So what you have to do is try to think, try to watch your thoughts, but it takes time. You have to have this kind of mantra, patience all the time, and you try to watch your mind. Watching your mind using the tool mind is not an easy thing to do.
Okay, thank you. Ananda?
Yes, Sadhu Bhante. Now this question is to Venerable Vijitananda Myansatero. Swaminasa, the question is this. Bhante, may he always be happy. Can we wish this to a person when he is doing wrong things and be happy?
Doing wrong things and be happy about those wrong things, right?
Yes. Like, for example, I think, say, hunter, actually this question came to me as well. For example, a hunter is going and hunting and find a catch. I mean, he shot at a deer, for example. So he's happy there. Yeah. So can we wish mudita in a situation like that to that person? Because someone is suffering anyway.
Yeah, that is not ethical, but there is no obstacle for mudita to mudita can be developed in such occasion also. There is no obstacle, but that is the ethical. There is an ethical problem, right? Because looking at someone is suffering and you are still being joyful about that. So there is an ethical problem, but that is still mudita, because someone is happy, someone is joyful, and you look at that and you become joyful about that. So Anasa, is there any thing to add?
I had a follow-up there. So that when I see something like that, someone is doing something wrong and being happy, I not get mudita, I get like karuna or something like that, to see why, you know, I wish that person knows the good thing, and it's not the happiness I get, is that feel sorry for that person.
Yeah, that's according to your preference. You can, that's according to your viewpoint. You can cultivate karuna and mudita at same object, about the same person in a same occasion. Like when someone is very joyful, you still can develop karuna or compassion towards himself, because maybe he will like someone is doing wrong and he is joyful and he's happy, but he will one day in the future he will suffer for his wrong deeds. So you can think about that and develop compassion towards him. So that depends on your viewpoint. This is both are possible, cultivating karuna and mudita.
There was another question, I think before you logged in, I asked this question. This is for also Vijitananda Hamdru. Dear Venerable Bhante, if we keep on thinking about our pleasurable moment, won't it develop raga in mind? Thank you, Teruvan Saranai.
We talked about that. Actually, that raga can be called as the close enemy, right? Near enemy of sympathetic joy. So you should be aware, like you should be aware of that. You should be continuously observing your mind when you develop sympathetic joy, because that is the near enemy, and like it's very same. It's as same as sympathetic joy. Like in in loving kindness also, this can happen when you develop loving kindness towards someone. Sometimes raga or lust or desire towards someone can occur at the same time as loving kindness. So if you take that as loving kindness, and if you keep developing that, you are developing an unwholesome emotion what can make you suffer one day. So in mudita also, as we discussed, that is the closer enemy or nearer enemy of mudita. So you have to be aware of that, because mudita is a wholesome emotion. So when you develop mudita, when mudita occurs or appears in your mind, it is a wholesome mind. It is pure. It has no attachments. It has no pain. So it is a pure joy. You are like wholeheartedly being happy about someone's joy. So there cannot be attachments. So you have to observe that if you feel like there is attachment towards something, then you have to stop and take a note at that. You have to observe that. Maybe you have to focus on that for a few minutes, like this is an attachment, and then you have to like you can another technique is that is to shift to another object. Like when you develop mudita towards one person, like this cannot happen in every and each object, because in some objects we can have pure mudita, and in some objects you can have desire or lust. So if you feel like there is lust, if you feel like you are developing lust, you have to quickly change your object. That means you are developing mudita towards someone, and you feel like you are developing lust, then you have to shift to another person and develop your mudita. And when you feel like you are strong enough to develop mudita towards the previous person, you can come back and do that.
Okay, thank you, Ananda. I have another question on the mudita bhavana. Do you want to have a question and then I do it, or continue?
No, let me go with Makaviyari Swami Nahase. There's a question. It's a long email that I received from a devotee. he's asking like this. Last but not least, I have a little question regarding the mindfulness of breathing method. With much respect to the teacher, the 10-10 method, which I do apply and realize that it is indeed very useful and powerful to effectively establish concentration power in short time. Is this method quoted from Visuddhimagga or improvised by the meditation instructor? If from Visuddhimagga, was it encouraged by the Buddha or inherited from ancient Titiya, Brahmanism perhaps, or other asceticism, Samatha technique? I don't know whether I explained it correctly. Bande, did you understand that? Venerable Magavihari.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Bante. Yes.
If your question and regarding this mindfulness and breathing, counting method has been used in the Visuddhimagga. It is introduced in the Visuddhimagga. We don't clearly see any kind of counting method introduced in any sutra. Sutra means like directly Buddha.
Bante, sorry, your speaker is not very clear. I don't know whether. Can you speak a little louder if you don't mind?
Okay, so not clear. Is my voice clear now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I think I have to raise my voice. So the counting method is found in the Visuddhimagga. You can see it, but there is no specific teaching in the sutras. So in Abhidhamma that says about the counting. But when you go into the Patisambhidhamma, we have introduction to instructions called Patisambhidhamma. It's commentary. I'm not very sure about that. Ganana, Tapana, and so forth. So it has been the tradition to start with counting. And the counting does not contradict with the technique, because it's very clearly mentioned that when you go into a higher concentration, you have to abandon the counting, and even you have to abandon observing the breath after the counter sign. We call the upachara, the patibhaga nimitta has arisen. After the patibhaga nimitta arises, we have to focus on it rather than focusing on the breath, because breath always have verities. Therefore, diversity of the breath interrupts the concentration. So therefore, when you go into higher stages, even you have to abandon the breath and focus on the counter sign. Then is this method adapted by the instructor, or how did I use it? Because the counting method is explained in the Visuddhimagga, and when you go into Venerable Lady Sayadaw's instructions on Anapanasati, which is translated in English as Anapanasati Dipani, there he says that some of the yogis even do the countings, like they do 50 countings. They count how much breath they focus on. And they even use some stones to count this. You can even use the necklace, the pebble necklace. So then what I found was, to be true, there is some kind of innovation here. So what I felt was, looking into the mindset of the present generation and the busy schedules and the scatteredness of our minds, I found that it is quite rather difficult for people to focus on breath for certain periods of times. So then when we give some tasks like 10 tens or 15 tens, then our minds feels the accomplishment. That is the psychological part that I'm using in this technique. That our mind feels accomplished, that I have done my task for the day. Because when you focus on meditation based on the time you meditate, we cannot guarantee that. We all have experienced that even though we have sat for certain minutes or maybe for hours, we cannot evaluate whether our meditation was quality enough that satisfies us. But when you do the counting, when you are asked to do 100 counting, like 10 tens. Even the mind was scattered. That period is not counted as the part of your meditation. What matters is how much breaths that you have counted. So when you have counted 100 breaths, it guarantees that you have focused on 100 breaths. So rather than focusing on the time we meditate, and being doubtful about our quality of our meditation. So when we think about, when we get to know that we have focused on specific amount of breaths, and when we have given we feel accomplished. So then we feel the piti, the joy, which is utterly necessary for the growth of meditation. Joy is utterly necessary for the growth of meditation. So that is the psychological aspect that I'm incorporating in this technique. And it has, to some yogis, it has the technique has proven to be successful. And so therefore, I keep on admonishing or advocating this technique of counting numbers. Then one thing to add, that according to the Western, I would call scientific meditators, newly, there's a huge trend in the West, right? Focused on mindfulness based concentration. So normally they say that if you can count 7 sevens, for instance, like you count 7 breaths and go into the next step, next group, and just again count another 7. So each group contains 7 breaths. Likewise, if you can continue for 7 groups, it means 49 breaths. Psychologically, they consider it as a one meditation session. So another instruction that I normally give to the yogis is do your daily tasks, the 10 tens, and you gradually increase it with your time. But during your leisure periods, like whenever you have some space at your work, at your home, just focus on 7 breaths. It means 79 or 49 breaths. It may take just few minutes, and it can refresh your entire mind. You may see the differences, and you'll start to do it regularly when you get that refreshment. 7 sevens, like you count till 7, and then you move on to the next group. In that case, there is the high level of mindfulness is necessary, because you count the odds with the in breaths and even with the out breaths. But when the group is counted with 7, then in the next group, the in breath becomes an even number. So it changes. So then you have to have more mindfulness in focusing on this. So therefore, also it's recommended whenever you have leisure time, and this technique, the 7 sevens, I always instruct to do. You can do it in any posture, even having opened your eyes. So just focus on this, that you're breathing. So that would be a good refreshment, like when you take some refreshing drinks, time your body gets refreshed. So you can do this 7 exercises whenever you are free at your day-to-day life, and you will see the differences. Yeah, that's what I would. Because I took long time to answer the question. That's what I would like to share.
Sadhu. Vijay, you can go.
Okay, thank you. My question is to Venerable Vijitananda Thero. This is actually a question from myself. I have learned to look at Anitya on everything. I see and hear and feel. Therefore, I had a difficulty to wish increasing happiness. I felt like I am wishing something that will lead to misery, because when it doesn't happen, how do I manage these issues?
I think what you should do is, first we should understand that these are two separate contemplations, right? when you contemplate on anicca, when you contemplate on vipassana meditation, you don't contemplate about happiness, joy, or suffering of people. You just focus on that object. I mean, vipassana object or anicca object. So likewise, when you develop mudita, when you develop sympathetic joy, you have to come to this meditation. This is a different meditation object, different technique. So you don't have to focus about those things that we focus in anicca meditation or vipassana meditation, because this is a different one. But if you cannot help thinking it that way, it is okay. It is okay, because both are wholesome how to say, thoughts. So it is okay. But if you want to develop mudita, if you want to develop appreciative joy, then you have to separate these two types of contemplations, and you have to focus. Like, this is also a truth that anyone, any living being, like to be in happiness, like to be in joy. So you wish them to have joy as long as they can. You all know that doesn't last forever, and we also don't wish it to last forever, because we know that, and we don't wish it to last forever. It is not a reality. But what we wish is it to last as long as it can. That is why we wished using those statements, right? So this is kind of a samatha meditation, and we are developing our wholesome mental qualities. And in doing that, we don't have to, if you can stop yourself thinking like that while doing mudita meditation, it is the best. Like, if you can separate those two contemplations as completely different two thoughts, then it is the best. You can contemplate on anicca in the anicca meditation, and you can contemplate on joy and wish that joy to be there as long as it can. Then that is the best. Then you can develop both meditations. But if you cannot stop thinking about that anicca, because you have focused on anicca a lot, and because of that, even when you focus on loving kindness or joy, in those times also those thoughts come to your mind. It is okay. It is okay. Yeah, you can have both thoughts, but there will be limits of your development in mudita meditation because of those thoughts about impermanence.
So thank you. So the one of the things I thought was that when you were saying about thinking about good things or fortunate things happen to you, I felt like it is kind of like related to in the Sri Lankan practice of having ping pota and reading it to see good things you do in your life, something like that. So it's like I think it is good to increase the self value, and for people to have happiness. I see that that aspect. Thank you.
Yeah, let me add something. As Bhante said, they are two different subjects, and you have to treat them differently. That's the basic of this. But sometimes, there can be instances. I think when the question was asked, there was a part in it that one feels like the world is not something pleasurable. Right? So when you keep on contemplating on anicca sanya, so just to add something that sometimes if you keep on focusing on anicca sanya, and when your mind is not that much developed, there are instances that you feel bored, or you feel like everything is boring, or you don't have that real wholesome joy. The mind automatically falls into some sort of deep sorrow inside you when you keep on focusing on Anicca Sanya. It can happen to new yogis. So we normally say that when you are doing vipassana, the mind becomes dry sometimes. When you are doing the dry vipassana, that is something, a natural phenomenon. So the Buddha has explained. So when the mind becomes drier, it tends to get scattered also. So the Buddha has mentioned, and also you feel some tiredness. So Buddha has mentioned to go back into your samatha practice and try to rejoice on certain objects, such as the mudita bhavana is a very good technique to bring yourself the happiness. Because if you are doing,
Thank you.
you don't feel that arati, the disliking of the practice. So therefore, when you feel, if someone is feeling sort of inside sorrow that haunts your mind due to extensive practice of Anicca Sanya, it's time for you, time to time, it's time you better go into techniques like mudita or buddhanusati or mutta or contemplation about your own sila, and try to bring the happiness with it, bring up the piti sambojjhanga. So the Buddha has mentioned that you have to, he called kalena kalang chittan sampahanseka. You have to bring the happiness into yourself. You have to arouse the happiness, not the unwholesome, lustful happiness, the wholesome happiness. So therefore, as Bhante mentioned, you have to treat them as two different separate techniques. And when the Anicca Sanya is growing in the initial stages, even for a developed yogi, sometimes this dryness of the mind can occur. At that time, you have to find that you have to know that it is time for you to move into a samatha practice that makes your mind happier.
Thank you. Ananda?
Sadhu, sadhu. I think this question is for Venerable Sumedha Lopa Thero. Good things in life may not be good for everyone always. How do we really figure out what is good and what is bad?
I think I want to direct this question to Venerable Magavihari, and then I would like to add something.
There are two ways that how we judge the good and bad, based on the consequences and based on the ethical aspect of the mind, content of the mind. So there are two, actually, it's not only in Buddhism. There are two philosophical schools in the Western world. We call consequentialists and motivists. I forgot the other name. Intentionalism. So, for instance, some judge the quality of an action, of an incident, based on how good it has brought the greatest happiness to the greatest number, greatest good for the greatest number. I think you have heard about this philosophy. So according to them, saying a white lie to save someone is considered as good. But the other school of philosophy is that they determine the goodness or the badness of an action based on your intention. Though the action brings good outcomes, if the intention is wrong, the action has to be determined or coined as wrong. So according to them, even you save someone with a white lie is not samya prayoga in Pali. Samya prayoga, I think most of you know about this word. Samya prayoga in Pali. Sinhalese we call samya prayoga. Samya prayoga is not a lie. You just direct the attention of the listener cleverly. So you don't say a lie, but at the same time you conceal some kind of a truth. For instance, some person runs beside where I'm staying, and then a murderer is following him, and the murderer comes and asks, "Did you see someone going to this direction?" Either you just keep silent, or if you have to answer, for instance, someone suddenly stands from the seat and said, while I was standing here, no one ran, I didn't see anyone going from here. So you were not lying because you saw him while you were sitting there. So this kind of a mental trick is called samya prayoga. But white lie is a deliberate act of lying, deceiving. You just say you didn't see anyone. So according to the second thought of philosophy, even though it saves the man that you have done the act of deceiving the person, so your act is wrong. So according to Buddhism, now I come into the Buddhist perspective, sometimes in some sutras you find the Buddha has determined, Buddha has explained based on its consequences. So he would say, if you kill, steal, do sexual misconduct or lie, you would get these kind of ill results. So just better to abstain from them. So there are some instructions given to monks as well. Because the evil acts normally tend to give evil results. But it doesn't mean that all evil acts brings bad results in this very present life, because having done bad things, you may earn money and you can live a luxurious life. So there are pleasant results of evil acts in the present sphere, in the present life. But when it giving the karma vipaka, the vipaka of a certain act, at that time, Buddha has clearly expressed that good acts would give good results, bad acts would give bad results. This is the karma vipaka aspect. When you're talking about the results, like the effects of the karma, effects of your actions in this present life, bad results tend to give good outcomes and bad outcomes, and also the good actions can bring bad and good outcomes equally, according to the situation. So therefore, in some sutras, we find Buddha has explained the good and badness of a certain act based on its consequences. But if you go into the doctrine deeply, you find Buddha was not in that, Buddha doesn't belong into that school of philosophy. He is a person who has determined the goodness or badness of an act based on the intention. So that's why he mentioned Chetanaham Bhikkhave Kamma Vadami, very famous doctrine. So it doesn't mean that he doesn't emphasize on the consequences. So in the Buddhist perspective, you have to determine it based on your intentions. I think Bhante Sumedaloka can add something.
Just to simplify that answer, I would say that if we go by normal terms, if you don't have any faith in any religion, you go with that what brings you happiness is good, and what brings you unhappiness is bad. But this is where the philosophy or the religion comes in handy. You need to apply the theory of a religion to understand what is good and what is bad. So as Buddhists, we always borrow the Buddha's wisdom to understand that is the yardstick or measurement that we can use the Buddha's own words to determine what is good and what is bad. So we have the karma as a theory, as a Buddhist. So we know the karma is the main theory behind any act. So if we go by the karma theory, we always know what is best and what is bad. So I would ask anyone who has troubles with understanding what is good and bad, read the suttas, read the Buddha's teaching, and try to understand what is wholesome and what is unwholesome.
And also, just to add something, because that sometimes people may think like, is it just faith oriented, or just we have to believe what the Buddha has said? So someone can ask that argument. For that, I think we can even go further. We can even go deeper. So according to, as Bhante Sumedaloka mentioned, when you go into scriptures, you find any act done with lobha, dosa, and moha, lust, hatred, and delusion is considered as evil. And anything that is done with non-hatred, non-lust, or non-greed, or wisdom is considered as something wholesome. So then someone can still ask a question, how do you determine that? What is the parameter to judge that such things has happened? Two ways, like when you have developed the spiritual advancement, when you have gained the spiritual advancement in your practice, you'll be able to see how good karmas give good results and bad karmas give bad results. These we call the wisdoms of Yata Kamupaganyana. And then the next practical way to think is how it affects your body. How it affects your body. We call it through the Chitta Rupas, the mind-made matter. Normally, the mind-made matter produced by hatred, Chitta Rupas produced by hatred, normally torments your body with high delusion. It makes your body very uncomfortable. Even with lust, it heats up your body and it's not that much comfortable. If you have experienced the spiritual bliss, this becomes very evident. If you have had an experience about samadhi, you know how blissful the experience is. But when you have that pleasant feeling with the loba chitta, still it gives you sort of a pleasant feeling. But when it comes to the intense lust level, it really burns your body. But even the subtle kind of loba, like innocent enjoyments with your family, or just having a small party with your colleagues or friends or your family members or relatives, maybe something in the Christmas or in Christmas Eve. So even in such occasions, though they are not evil acts according to the teachings, but still you find when compared to the bliss that you gain with wholesomeness, something like when you have a good samadhi, that experience, the experience that you gain to the body seems different. So a person, that becomes very evident to a person who has experienced spiritual bliss, when even he's having loba chitta or just enjoying with someone else, innocently without harming anyone else, still you see the contrasting differences. So with how it affects your body is the utmost parameter. Without going into the higher knowledges, if you want to practically judge it, the utmost parameter to judge whether something is good or bad. So how it affects your body, how do you feel, what sort of sensations you get while you have a certain one. So if wholesome chittas would bring you pleasant sensations, pleasant feelings, while the unwholesome chittas brings you unpleasant feelings, even at a slighter level.
I had
just to add, actually, maybe came to my mind that when you look at the I think Maharahula Sutta, in a simple term, Buddha says to Venerable Rahula that if it is good for you and good for others, that is good. If it is bad for at least one party, that is bad. Is it something that we can kind of go by?
Yeah, sure. Because even if it is not harming others, if it harms you, still it's something that. So that's why.
And vice versa also.
This level, it harms your body. It affects your body. It gives you a discomfort. So even into that level, we can apply this. Yes, you're correct. That is the parameter to judge.
I had a related question there. So I tried that method, but Andrew just said that to look and see whether when I do an action, whether it comes from Raga, Desha, Moha or not. If it is, then I change it like from Metta, Karuna, Mudita instead of those, and then I still do the same thing, but with the correct intention. It changes the wording we use or the action, and it has good results. But when always in Dhamma sessions, they don't ask to switch, replace that with Metta, Karuna, Mudita. They just say Aloba, all the opposite words. So is there a reason? Like I know that in Buddhism, they use the correct word always. So there must be something in between. I was not sure.
Because even you practice Metta, Karuna, Mudita, whatever, they are rooted in Alobha, Dosa, Moha. They are the roots. They can be said as the main reasons. So even you practice, even you develop some the Metta falls into the Adosa actually, the Adosa. Even you practice Karuna or Mudita or Upekha, or even you develop Shraddha at that time.
Yeah.
They are rooted in Alobha, Dosa and Amoha. So even you develop such a quality, what have you have unknown level, you have automatically arouse, means cause to arise alobha dosa namu. So therefore, I think the Buddha has given that teachings based on alobha dosa, the root causes. Not there are some teachings like if you have hatred, develop metta. If you have doubt, develop the ability to judge the Dhamma. If you have restlessness, develop the samadhi, which are not alobha dosa. So there are certain teachings like that. But when you come into some certain teachings, he has given it based on the root causes. There are various ways that the teachings can be given.
Is it time over or it's time?
It's time for the next session. Can I ask a very simple question? I think this discussion is, Bhante, what really happens when observing a precept? Is it only avoiding happening of a bad karma? And within brackets it says Sinhala siksha padikin siduwanne yam akusalikin walakima pamanakda.
I think other Bhantes will also add to this. There are many things that comes with observing a precept. Few things like you abstain from doing evil. According to Venerable Lady Sayadaw, which they quote from certain sutras, when you abstain from certain acts by observing sila, you attain to a certain kind of a nirvana. Nirvana means, don't mix this up with the great nirvana that we are aspiring to attain. Or the tadanga nibbana, where the mind comes into a state which is free from evil thoughts. So it's a sort of a bliss that you abide with, as long as you remain in the sila. Sila belongs to the chetasika. Sila is the intention or the viratis, the abstaining faculties in your mind. As long as you don't break this precept, as long as you don't breach it, you cross the line, as long as you don't do it, your mind is in a very calm state with regard to that precept, with regard to that evil deeds. So it's not only, it's like, don't think like when you observe a sila that the absence of the evil deeds is just the nothingness. No. According to the teachings, as some teachers interpret, you attain into a very blissful, calm state in your mind, even though you are not focusing at it, that your mind is devoid from evil thoughts, and it's certainly considered as a bliss. Because if you have not, how do you understand that bliss? Had you not observed the precept, those evil acts would occur in your mind regularly. So that is a suffering that you are bound to experience unless you have observed the precept. If not, the precept was observed, these thoughts would have come. They are called anupanna suffering. So when you are, by observing the precept, you suppress them and you get rid of them. And your mind starts to remain apart from that suffering. Apart from that suffering. That is considered as a certain kind of bliss. So that, to my understanding, people can have different approaches to this. Even the commentaries have given different approaches to this question. I would put it in that way that it's not only that you are not doing any evil, don't put it into the absence of the evil. That absence of the evil deeds is a certain kind of a blissful state that you attain, and you can feel it, you can experience it, you will see its benefit. How do you practically see the value of this state? The day you breach the precept, the day you break it, the day you do the evil deed, then you come back into your normal state, then you will understand how peaceful I was while I was observing that precept. So that's why the erudite Theras call it, quoting from the Buddha's teachings itself, that it was a very blissful state, and they coin it as nirvana even. Not the nirvana that we are aspiring to attain, the complete eradication of defilements and the freedom from the wholesome from the aggregates. This is sort of a state that you attain and you may come out while you reach your reason. So this is how I would put it. I think other Bhantes may also add something to that, because there are many ways that you can put this question.
I will add something to that. Actually, Swaminatha gave the best answer, best explanation. But there is another approach, as mentioned by Swaminatha in our texts. That is, I will try to explain it in brief. So Sikha Pada, when you look at the grammatical meaning of the word Sikha Pada, Sikha is a word. Sikha is a name for upper mental qualities. That means wholesome mental qualities. Especially, it can refer to the super mundane mental qualities. So Lokuttara. That means Magga, especially Magga Chitta, Magga Chitta, super mundane mental qualities. So Pada is a name for reason. Pada has several meanings, but here, as it is explained in our texts, Pada is a name for reason or support. So Sikha Pada is the support or the reason to achieve super mundane mental qualities. So when you have observed the precept, the Pali word is Sikha Pada. So when you have observed the precept, and when in every and each time you refrain from any unwholesome deed, because you have observed the precept, every and each time wholesome qualities appear in your mind, because you refrain from doing unwholesome. That should be done only by wholesome mental qualities. So that wholesome mental quality originally is called as Sikha Pada, because it is a reason to achieve super mundane mental qualities in the future. So every and each time you refrain from something bad because you have observed precepts, you refrain from killing mosquitoes, let's say. So every and each time you refrain from killing a mosquito because you have observed precepts, you are getting closer to the super mundane mental qualities, because of course you have your object or your aim should be attaining super mundane mental qualities. Otherwise, this is not the story. So in that approach also, this is not just refraining, not just the absence of unwholesome deeds, unwholesome mentalities. Wholesome mentalities appear every and each time when you refrain from unwholesomeness, and that is the support, that is the reason to attain super mundane mental qualities in the future.
Great encouragement, as I said, like you can look at it as a means to attain the higher spiritual states,
Yes.
like nirvana, or to become a sotapanna. You cannot do it without it. So
it has to be done mindfully, Bhante, right? Like when you refrain, so you have to think, I'm refraining, and then only it will have this this benefits. Is that right?
Yes. So take it as an investment, like it is cost for your higher attainment. So then you get more encouraged to observe. That's why the Bhante mentioned like Sikha Pada. Pada is a reason for your higher attainment. It's another very good approach that encourages people to observe the Sila. Yeah, Bhante Sumedaloka can also add something. He has another approach towards that. It's quite interesting.
I think if you can mention about Charita Sila and Varita Sila, the other aspect.
So, yes,
I think it would be nice. It would be nice.
Yeah, you have the floor. Yes.
No, I want you to have the floor.
Okay. So I think the time has passed away already. So
yes.
When you say the Sila, Sikha Pada restraining, and sometimes also that something that we have to keep in mind is there are two types of Sila, as one mentions, restraining and performing. Charita, Varita and Charita. You abstain and you perform. So normally while we were in Myanmar, like for example, what do we need to perform? Like you have to support your parents is one kind of a sila. Supporting the monks is a sort of a sila for Buddhists. Fulfilling your obligations to your country, to your society, to your neighbors, to your company or the workplace. These are all comes under charitra sila. So Buddha has greatly emphasized on this. We do the Sigalova Sutra, right? So most of the things that what you have to do with your parents, to your teachers, and so forth. So these are also part of your sila. For monks, we have basically 14 types of duties that we have to perform in our day-to-day life. 14 types of duties. They are very extensive, like when you go into detail. So what we felt was, it's not to discriminate any society or social group. Like while we were in Myanmar, my friends, like in Sri Lanka, we see people not as a whole, but the Buddhist community that we associate. People are very good in restraining from evil acts. So they maintain a very good social status and also restrain from evil acts. I'm not generalizing the society because you can understand it. But when you go into Myanmar, what I felt was the Buddhists were more into the charitra side. They were very eager to perform their duties to the monasteries, to the families. They were very like even people. What I felt, what we saw was the very rich guys, the young ones, maybe they in their prime 20s or 30s. During their birthday, for instance, sometimes they suddenly come to the meditation center with a Harpic bottle in their hand, and they clean the entire toilet block of the monks, uninvited, without being invited, and then just take the phone and take a selfie like photo, and they post it to the friends, or they keep it as a memory, and they just leave. So there are a lot of involvement in performing the obligation of the duty. So therefore, I didn't mean that the Sri Lanka society doesn't do that. We saw it extensively while we were in Myanmar. So when you think about the sila, don't just focus on abstaining from evil deeds. Also focus on doing the good things. That is also part of our sila.
Thank
you. Yeah, we are ending. Yeah, Vijay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Venerable Magavihara and the Venerable Gitananda and Venerable Sumedaloka Teras. This was very enlightening, very illuminating discussion. And I know we decided that it's okay to go a little longer because it was we were learning a lot. And I'm sure the audience also, because we had this the only Q&A session we had for the whole day. But every good things have to end. And I know it's also very late in Sri Lanka. And we have one more session, guided meditation session with Valavi Sumedaloka Thera. And so before that, I like to thank all the my monks from Sri Lanka for spending 2 days on helping all of us, staying late. And I know tomorrow morning they have to start the Dhamma work again early. And we are very grateful that you took all the time for us. And thank you. And so hope the people we will be able to meet again and ask questions and clarify things. And thank you.
You are very welcome, and we also enjoyed the session, all of us, and I think you got a good experiences with today's Mudita Bhavana, which is something I think was new to most of you. That's why we recommend that we discussed on this, to have that good experience. And also I suppose that the Bantes, the other two Bantes also were able to deliver, give some good Dhamma, these opportunities for everyone. So we wish you all the best in your Dhamma practice, and we greatly admire these sort of activities, even staying in faraway countries, that you still maintain this sense of spirituality and the dedication that you show, and also your efforts to gather your friends and show them the path, like good Kalyana Mittas, and arranging these kind of activities, even during this troublesome pandemic period. So we truly appreciate your work, and Bante Sumedha Loka will give a short blessings at the end of the session. And I myself would also like to bless you. May you be successful in this path, while you gain the mundane success in your lives as lay people. Just don't be only satisfied. Also focus on your spiritual path, because there is a rebirth. Most important reason. There is something called samsara, which we wander. There should be an end to this countless births. So also focus on your spiritual faculties, spiritual path. You have a great opportunity because you have gained this Buddhism, Buddha's teachings. It's still prevailing. There are practitioners. There are good Kalyana Mittas that helps you to lead this path. So may you be successful, and may you be able to attain the Nirvana one day soon, as you aspire.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
And
Okay, now,
Ananda, you can start.
yeah, we'll be going for the almost last session. Venerable Valave Sumedha was still here with us for the guided meditation session.
Yes.
Bante, we are inviting you to do it for us.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to tell you about my opinion on guided meditation. I'm not a big fan of this guided meditation. I don't really believe in guided meditation. I feel like it's a kind of a Western thing. That doesn't mean I don't accept Western ideas. So what I meant by that, like guided meditation is not a traditional thing. We can't find that kind of guided meditation in our tradition. But since you have this session, I would like to help you with what you call guided meditation. But I would like to start from what I left in my yesterday. So I want to start from that. Today we're going to be doing the same thing, but as so many questions, there were so many questions asking how to perform this meditation. I want to tell you that this is a very powerful technique, but the beginning period of this meditation technique is so hard. But when you have the grasp of this technique, as time goes, you feel that you can apply this meditation technique all the time. What you have to do is clearly, watchfully watch your mind, just to watch your mind. But it is really difficult because we use the same tool to investigate our mind. But what you have to understand is mind is a process. It's not a fixed thing, permanent thing. It arises and fades away really fast. But what happens is our noting mind appears later. So the first mind appears and it fades away, and there's another mind appears afterwards. We take note of that mind which appeared before it. So this is the process, but we don't feel like that. We take all the flux of mind as a one thing. That is the ignorance that we have. We think that there's a thinker, there's a person who is thinking, and we take it as I, my, and myself. We take this process to be I, myself. So this is the technique. This technique is to destroy that concept in our mind that there is a flux. We can't understand this flux as to be I, my, and myself. In the Chitta Anupassana, all what we do is we focus our attention on consciousness. As I mentioned earlier, consciousness is present all the time. What we do, what we think, it's all about consciousness. But we never really focus on our consciousness, because we normally focus on our attention on objects. For instance, when you want to think, or when you're thinking about your home, the object is the home, that physical thing. But you never think about the tool that you use to think about that home. The tool that you use to think about that home is your own consciousness. Consciousness takes the object of that home. So you never investigate this tool. But if you train your mind to investigate this tool, this meditation becomes really powerful. And you can always think this mind, what we call mind or consciousness, it has two parts. It has the object and it has the tool. What we are doing is, normally we are directed to see, we are accustomed to see the object. But what we are doing here is that we direct our focus on consciousness itself, not going for the object itself. So what we can do is, throughout this session, just to watch your mind. But it is not easy. As I said earlier, when your mind is wandering here and there, you lose track of your mind. And what you have to do is keep repeating mindfulness, 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 just to pull back your mind to the place where you're observing your mind. So as a neutral observer, you can observe things without reacting to them. If your mind goes to the past, you don't normally want to wander in the past. What you can do is just to pull back and think that I'm thinking. You need not to think like I am thinking. You can think, thinking. So when you apply this theory, what happens is that thinking process, you cut down that thinking process by saying this. When you are aware of what's happening, your mind gets the consciousness, awareness as soon as possible. So what you have to do is, within this session, we watchfully look our mind, observe our mind. When mind goes here and there, we observe that as well. When mind goes to bad objects, we watch that as well. But all the time, we focus our attention, we fix our attention to understand what this conscience is all about. So let's have a little session trying to try to observe our mind. if your mind is agitated and if it wanders here and there, the technique is to repeat the word mindfulness, mindfulness, mindfulness. It's a kind of tool to pull back your mind and try to fix attention, try to fix the focus on your mind. Sati is the Pali word for mindfulness. So sati is a little syllable. You can always keep repeat. Sati, 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 sati. We can, when we were in Myanmar, we could see sati is printed, and on the walls we can see the word sati everywhere. In the meditation center, like it's a kind of a reminder all the time, watch your mind, watch your mind, watch your mind. If you try to repeat this inside your mind, normally when you are agitated, there's the awareness that you have to shift to a wholesome level of mind. And you can keep your attention on your consciousness with this gentle reminder, sati, sati, sati. Always watch your mind, watch your mind. Again, this is a gentle reminder. If your mind is wandering here and there, you just keep repeat the word sati, sati, sati. Sati means mindfulness in Pali. You have to have the mindfulness on your consciousness. When you hear a sound, why do you feel the sound? Because of the consciousness. When you see something because of the consciousness. When you feel something because of the consciousness. So the consciousness is present in each and every experience in our life. So to understand the consciousness, it's a crucial part of our experience. If we understand the consciousness and how it works, you understand Dhamma. You develop the mindfulness by understanding the nature of the consciousness. To get to know about consciousness means developing mindfulness. That's why within the 4 foundations of mindfulness, there's the contemplation of consciousness is mentioned. So knowing the consciousness and how it works gives us the awareness that we want to develop wisdom. So try to watch your mind all the time. In any posture you can do this. Try to think about what's happening in your mind. Again, this is a gentle reminder for you to focus your attention on consciousness, mindfulness, mindfulness, mindfulness. As you improve this technique, you feel mind is big. You feel that your mind is getting bigger, and you feel that my consciousness is very big thing. Although you don't feel it in other time, when you are focusing your attention on consciousness, you feel that consciousness is present all the time. Even a subtle sensation that you have, you feel it in depth, that you feel there's a gravity to that feeling. And also, when you think about all the time the consciousness, you have the control over your consciousness. For example, when the hatred appears, as soon as the hatred appears in your mind, you feel that before that appears, you have a slow motion kind of understanding how this hatred appears in your mind. When you have to take control of this contemplation on consciousness, you feel these kind of little experiences. So it's always better to have your understanding how the mind works, how you focus your attention on consciousness. If your mind wandering here and there, you can focus your attention by repeating the word mindfulness. This is a kind of a technique that you can use to focus your attention on your mind. Mindfulness, mindfulness, mindfulness. Or you can use the Pali word for mindfulness, sati, sati, sati. When you're doing this meditation, sometimes you feel you don't do anything. If you have this kind of feeling, just observe that as well. So most of the time, people who are focusing their mind on consciousness feel like they are doing nothing. But you have to understand that that's a thought. That's also a consciousness. You are conscious about that as well. You can take this thought and think about the consciousness is present when that thought arises. So you can observe that thought as well. So you understand that it's just a thought, but why do we understand it? Because of the consciousness, the presence of the consciousness. So when you feel like you are not doing anything, you're kind of idle, it's also a thought. It's also the part of the practice as well. So what you have to do is you can think like you're thinking unnecessary thing. Again, you can use the powerful tool of reciting mindfulness, 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 mindfulness. It's a kind of a reminder for your mind to focus your attention on consciousness again and again. When you're agitated, that's also a consciousness. And when you have hatred, the consciousness is present. Whatever we think, whatever we do, consciousness is present, but it is hidden for us all the time. But we are rather focused to, we are programmed to see the object. But if we try to focus on the tool that we use to see things or experience things, we understand the major factor behind all these experiences that we have is the consciousness. So you can think about the consciousness, and eventually you can have a little control of yourself, of self, and also the consciousness as well. You feel like your consciousness is slow, and you can have a control over your consciousness. Whenever you want to think a good thing, a wholesome thing, you have the ability. And whenever you want to think about a bad thing, you have the ability as well. But when you gain the awareness, you feel like all the time you have wholesome consciousness present. You have the power. Mindfulness, mindfulness, mindfulness. Sati, sati, sati. Okay, I think we are running out of time, aren't we?
Yes, I can. So we have. We was planning to end at 11:30 the fall program. So so we wanted to conclude that, but 5 minutes to conclude maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to conclude our session.
Yeah.
Giving a little motivational story.
Yeah.
Which we can find in Dhamma. It is said that there's a little very special bird in Himalaya hills.
Mm-hmm.
This bird is called Karavik in Pali. I don't know how to call it in English. When we find, when we do a Google search, we can find Indian cuckoo or something like that. I don't know, it is the same bird. But the very special thing about this bird is that it makes a very nice voice. It makes a very nice voice. And when this bird makes this noise, even the Buddha's voice is compared to this little bird. And when this bird sings, all the other animals in the forest stop whatever they are doing and just try to listen to this special bird, this sound. So the simile is given in the same way. This bird, little story, this bird makes this sound and it flies over to other branch of the tree and try to listen to his own sound, because it's really nice to listen to your own sound, because it's really nice. So in the same way, the wise person, having done good deeds in his life, look back and think about the good deeds I have done, and contemplating the good deeds that you have done, you have performed, like that bird, try to rejoice in the good deeds that you have done. If you know about little about Sila Anusati Bhavana, and also the Chaga Anusati Bhavana, you think about yourself. As monks, we are told to practice this meditation. Like at the end of the day, you think about your sila. You didn't break your sila. You kept your sila well, and you gain the confidence for the next day. You start the day and you keep doing what you have continued so far. So what you can do is you can look back what you have done within these 2 days, and you can have this practice thinking about your own goodness and what you have done. You share Dhamma, lots of people benefited from this activity and this session. And if this is available on social media or other platform, this will be useful for a lot of people in the future as well. So looking back to your deeds, you can be satisfied about yourself, what you have done. So this is, you can't be satisfied with the things that you have done wrong, but you can be satisfied with you have done this kind of activity, with this kind of activity. So I want you to have that contemplation as well. And also thank you very much for inviting all of us to be part of your session. And we also I felt like kind of a sense of familiness or Sri Lankanness when I see you from a different part of the world. But I'm really happy that you're practicing, even though you are on the other part of the world. So let me conclude. May you grow stronger and stronger in Dhamma, and may you practice until you die, and you keep the legacy that was passed down to us by our elders, and keep that legacy, and be the legend of creating a legacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And yes, these sessions were simulcasted on YouTube. So they are available on Akopa WC channel. And we are going to post the link also on our event page. So if you go to the event page, those will be there. And the links will be there maybe in a couple of days. But if you search in YouTube, you could be able to find it also. And thank you. And it's almost midnight in Sri Lanka, and staying this late. And I think I will. Lucky, did you say something?
No, I said 10-1 to home.
So let me give concluding remarks of for the 2 sessions for our event this year. First of all, I like to thank the monks from the International Institute of Theravada who accepted our invitation and spent 2 sessions a night in Sri Lanka until midnight, conducting the session and planning the session and doing all those things. And we are very grateful for all the support. And I know that this is a Katina season, so they are all busy during the daytime too. And we will also like to thank all the people who joined the session for 2 days. And we are doing these things for you. If you are not there, then there's no use doing these things. So, and also not just stay joining. We hope that you will learn something and then practice it. And every year we are planning to do this one. So watch around, there will be one in next year around November 1st on a weekend. There's the other one. Thank you everyone who helped us to run this event successfully. And especially I wanted to mention the Colonel Lucky Rajapaksa from who did all the behind the screen work and created all these nice PowerPoints and ran the Zoom flawlessly both days and last year too. And without him, we wouldn't be able to present these sessions. And Ananda to bring inviting and bring always the learned monks for this question. And this concludes our program for this year. Hope to see you next year.
Thank you, Thiruvon Saranai, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thiruvon Saranai.